1, 2, test 1, 2. Okay. Test the chat. I still need to add my speech voice chat to speech so that I can listen to people that maybe come in when I don't expect them. Normally I miss chat messages. Okay. Super. Okay, that looks well set up. Hi. So today we are going to continue our work on the Flame base brush, which is going to be renamed to customizable brush, I guess. We have a word list that tells us what to do, but we stopped last time when we were able to set the target. No. When you have set the target to something and are now drawing on the target, now we can change how the algorithm determines how we draw. Test that out. Okay, we see there's still a little bug there. Ignore that. This is going to be the first piece of work that we have to do. And so this can change how the algorithm works. Oh heavens, that was fast. So I'm just reviewing right now. I really had a tough, kind of tough weekend. Actually really nice, where I was building a scout trooper from Star Wars. And I don't know if you know the stormtrooper. They also have scout trooper, and I'm building one of them. But yeah, that took a lot of time. Well, so I haven't been programming. No. To where you wear it as a set, the scout trooper. I don't know if you. It's
cool.
a trooper from Star Wars, and currently I'm finished with that. There's still.
Are you going to a convention?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, on this weekend. So currently the parts are glued together, and I still have to wait now to until they are finished up. But after that, I hope that they will fit me nicely. I still have to try them out and find some errors, but I'm supposed to be finished. Yeah, I'm just now in the phase where I have to wear it and maybe find something that I don't like and make small little detail changes.
What kind of convention?
It's actually it's an anime and manga convention, but
cool.
originally it's a book convention, a book and readings convention, but that was the only convention that was there that had manga. So all the cosplayers in that area of Germany did always go over there to the convention. So it eventually turned into a cosplay convention. At least in the center area, it was cosplay only. And originally, this is a book convention, but since they did allow it, it didn't take long until it turned into a cosplay convention. Yeah. But yeah, I finished a lot of work there. It had to glue everything together, a lot of detail work and brushing and stuff. But fortunately, I'm through with the hardest part. But I couldn't code at the weekend because I was suing for the first time with a new machine, and it took me a little bit longer to figure out. And I think there's something wrong with the machine. The results were kind of messy, but I don't know. Maybe it's still on my behalf because I don't usually sue. So maybe something's messed up by my part. I don't know. So I have to get on with the project now. So at first I will try
Do
to.
you have your task list ready for today?
Yep. So this is how I make my task list when I'm working alone, of course. Yeah. So one time I was actually putting all my tasks into, I think it was Bitbucket. I'm not sure anymore which website it was, but I didn't really see the value there. But if you're working alone, it doesn't make sense to work in it. I would say industrial task list, yeah, at what you normally use. Do you use task list like in some kind of website, Bitbucket? I don't know, Asana. I bet Google has something right now.
I do for my day job. We use Jira tickets.
Jira. Oh, yeah. I also got work with Jira when I was working for Whipstack. That company doesn't exist anymore, but they used Jira. Jira was pretty straightforward. But it was basically, I was sitting there and then I get this chat message of my merge request. And it was like, yeah, this and that, approved or not approved because of this and that. And if I was approved, I get a new task in Jira, a new Jira ticket. Yeah, that was basically it. I think I mostly got 1 or 2 at a time. And once I was finished, the lead figured out my next task. Was pretty cool. I still think he didn't have a strategy for the whole thing. So, or he had a strategy, but he knew exactly what he was doing. But when it came to the small stacks, he improvised them to what to do next. But he knew what he was doing, so that wasn't a bad thing. Normally that is a bad thing when coders completely improvise. I think if they work too much on the fly, okay, they can get really dangerous, in my opinion. Oh, and I see a new task. I have to get the algorithm. Oh, never mind. It immediately works with the eraser. I thought it wouldn't be working with the eraser. So when I erase, you can see that I can change the orientation of the eraser, yeah, which is pretty cool. And the coolest part is, which I think is the coolest part, is that you can customize this algorithm. So you could write anything in here, give it a weird rotation or something that is bound to a script or a special need that you have. And then you have the eraser, since the eraser basically takes the same algorithm for the position and the rotation. The eraser will also immediately work. The only way that you could mess that up is when you define in a custom brush tool and then override the erase function there because you want something special, and then you have to, of course, know what you are doing. Yeah. So that's pretty cool, but when I change the algorithm, I need the things in here to immediately change to the correct orientation. Yeah, so I can see when I change the brush, that it has the correct algorithm, but it seems that it's stuck there somewhere when I change the mapping, because that is of course not correct what we see here. And then when we change the brush, we have the correct representation. So I have to look into why that is, because that's a little bit weird. Yeah. So what I would understand here and expect is that now when I have this drawing on the mouse, it still has the objects that you had when you drew on the mouse. When you have had the alt algorithm, I think it still has the same objects. Let me check that out. So we see there's a Blackstone on the top, and to right at the right, one right at the left side. Let's see if that changed. No, that didn't change. So we need to refresh this preview, and then there's the second problem. Now the orientation of the brush did not change, so it's a little bit odd. Actually, it's a 2D matrix that is then it's a 2D matrix, and then it's asking the algorithm how to interpret this 2D matrix into the world, and then it tells the 2D matrix to rotate into the correct position, which is this one. But that's a little bit odd why that doesn't happen. Oh yeah, it's going to be the task. So I wanted to write in the eraser into the task list, but actually the eraser is working completely fine, which is nice. And because I didn't touch the eraser at all. Yeah. So one other thing is we immediately see, I didn't point that out. We immediately. Okay, I'm too dumb to speak right now. We immediately see that the orientation of the circle goes into the correct position when we change the algorithm. So, I don't know what to think of that. It's just something that I wanted to point out. Yeah. Sometimes little details can help you finding the problem. And with this class here, I think right now it's better to have this as an interface. Oh, could be a problem. Wait. Yeah. Oh. So because we inherit from a scriptable object. Okay, this making this an interface might cost a little bit of work. I still think it's the best way to make the base class an interface, because we're basically going to have the same code everywhere. I could try to give this as an example code. There's some refactoring inside the class. First it just gets the mouse position. Yeah. Constructs away. Could write this into the tool. It would no, it's correct. So normally this works with a simple way. Cast away straight from the cam position. It takes the direction the camera is facing and casts away onto a constructed 2D plane. And here in these two lines, it constructs away from the correct center position. Mouse position, yeah. You could customize this and say, and give this another algorithm instead of array. So the way has to stay. But I only see this being useful in maybe 5 to 10% of all use cases. Normally you would always use these two lines of code. That's not enough to justify an abstract class, though. The rest, though, this is pretty much how to make a plane and how to make this circle that we can see here. Pretty straightforward. So there's no value in making. Oh, I don't see a good point. It's better put this into a better perspective. There's no value in making this. I don't see a point in making this into a couple of functions. It's also not too long. So it's 30 lines of code. Normally, the line count is not too big, so that you would make this into two algorithms. But it would be better to make this not an inner function, but a second virtual function, so that you can only override this part, because you would in my case, every class uses this code and doesn't change anything in here. But the changes occur in this section. Yeah. I'm looking into something that maybe I can change. It's pretty much straightforward. It says if the way from the cam is intersecting with a plane, then it's going to make a plane according to this rotation, and we just take the plane normal and the target rotation for the objects that are going to be on the plane. You could maybe, just maybe, because in the case that I do, I'm only changing the rotation here. You could maybe make the rotation some kind of variable. So let's try that out. I think that would be the one improvement, but I don't see any other improvement that are generic enough. Yeah, because you can generally change everything of this. But I would always change it as a whole. Would not change any specific part only. So even with the rotation, that would become useless maybe. It would maybe become useless in specific cases when you have a mountain and you want every object inside of the mountain to have the rotation of the hill to face upwards, and then you wouldn't need these two, the hit rotation and the plane target normal. Then you would customize even then. So it's not good to make them into a over. So no, nothing to do here. Yeah, I go to the bathroom. BRB. Okay. So let's make a small sketch. I had a good idea. Always when I go to the bathroom, I have the best ideas. It's not going to say a lot of about my quality, but yeah. So the main problem with the code is there's two parts of the code, the Qt code, where I think it would be nice to not change it. It would be how the brush to world matrix is, because this basically takes the brush matrix, which is going to be a set of points, and it's just going to rotate it. Just going to rotate it and change every point. And in most cases, you just want this to be rotated towards the plane that you're hitting. Yeah. So in a lot of cases, you hit this, you want a brush on this plane. Yeah. There's not a lot of other things that you would want from this function.
Are you gonna stream the convention? Maybe they have Wi-Fi.
No. No. I can't. I could, but it's too busy. I think it would be possible with my smartphone, no problem. But going to stream the convention, it's not my content type. I would rather stream myself gaming than a convention. It's just too stressful. I'm meeting a lot of people when I'm at a convention and talking to them in English.
Yes, true.
It's going to be a little bit, yeah. I always have to walk with a stick or something. I think it would be cool, especially if I would go there solo. But I'm in a group, so that would be awkward. So no. Are you going to a convention sometimes? Or have you ever been to a convention?
I'm not, but I like to watch a streamer that goes to them a bunch. She goes to all the anime conventions.
What's her name? Maybe I even know her. That's not uncommon.
Sheep seeing it's Josie season 1 of Fish Tank winner. She's really cool. I recommend checking her out.
Okay, let me take a look. I don't know her, unfortunately. So, since I've been going to a lot of conventions, I know some, would say stars, but there's a lot of people rising and falling in the convention scene. So I haven't heard about her, but I'm also not a big cosplayer follower. I like to make my own stuff, and then I basically don't have any time left. It's that's basically how it goes.
Apple tea.
Nope. Today that's orange. It's orange. Orange tea. Have you ever owned a costume? I mean, it's more uncommon in America. to have a costume.
Not really, I haven't tried cosplay stuff. Looks fun though.
It's funny because in the area where I live in Germany, it's kind of a tradition to go to through the streets, and everybody goes in a costume. Like I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people in Cologne, and here in every town where I live, it's about maybe 10 to 20,000 on the day.
For a holiday.
It's on normal days. So we have some special holiday vacation. I think 1 or 2 days are vacation days where they do it, and then people normally get a day off from work. Yeah, it's just like American Independence Day. Isn't that free in the America? It's something like that, and yep, and that it also happens on normal days. I don't know. The students just go out of school, and after that there's a big party on the street. It's just super hilarious. I think in America, oh, they at Halloween, you're doing Halloween, I think. And there are some traditions where people dress up.
Yes, for Halloween a lot of people dress up.
Mm. And then there's also Halloween parties, and it's
And there's Halloween parades.
yeah. Oh, Halloween parades. Yeah, I think that it's the same here every year. Yeah. No, you also do it every year, so that's not a comparison. We do it starts in November and it goes into February. Yeah, that's the time, but it's only in this specific part of Germany. In the other parts of Germany, it's I think one day. They do it only on one day, and they imitate the tradition from this area. So this is where I live. Is Western Germany is around Cologne, and the other areas of Germany do the same thing, but they don't do it on that many days. Yeah, I think they do it on one day where they also dress up, but they don't have a tradition behind it. I don't know the tradition behind it here, though. Just some people going crazy or something. Nowadays, in Germany, people also celebrate Halloween, by the way. So they just look over the Americas. We don't get a day off, but it's kind of a party time. Now, I don't know. I have never been to a Halloween party because I generally don't go to parties that much. Because I find it rather boring. But I know that a lot of people go.
What if the plane is uneven like a mountain?
Then it's a terrain. And it's not a plane. The thing is, the plane brush inherits from the base brush. So that's why I say this is just a thought to simplify the thing that I have here. So normally you would go in here because I just see that I don't need change a lot of variables, so I can just change the rotation. Everything else for a plane is always the same.
Brush work on terrains too?
Not yet. Not the base brush. So the base brush, you have to I have to make a terrain brush. So we'll make an extension where it's also going to react on a terrain, and I have that in mind with the plan that I have. So I know I know that if I have a terrain, that there's a lot of things going on that I have to keep in mind. It's one of the reasons why I make all these classes, because I think a terrain wash is the thing that maybe most people look for. You know? It's not uncommon. And if you have a terrain, you have your cam way here, and it hits on this place. Yeah, you normally would then I would normally with the terrain brush go and have my first object here. Yeah, so that would be the forward vector. Yeah, and this is the up vector forward. But that is one thing that you have to determine what that the user can probably change. So I think this is what you normally want, but in specific cases, when you're on a circle or a hill, you want to hit this terrain, and then the object on here should have this vector up and this vector forward. Yeah, so this would be very different from just standing up. So for a tree, for example, I would always say tree always goes into the air straight forward. And the things that are not going straight, forward, upward, the things that are not going upward are something, if you have something like spikes on something that you have in your environment, spike trap, a spike ball, it could be anything. Yeah, you can't predict what the people need. Yeah, and sometimes they come up with crazy ideas, and yeah, it's not their fault. Yeah, we have to just give them the possibility to customize it. And the second thing here, the scary thing though, is on a plane, I can just say, okay, in a distance of c, I can make the next object. Yeah. And the distance is on a flat plane. That makes it very easy to determine the algorithm how to make the next objects on the plane. On a terrain, I can't just make a plane here and have everything face upward. I can't just go underneath the and then there's two algorithms. Like I don't know if you have played Warcraft or Starcraft. Because there is...
Yes, I played long time ago.
In Warcraft, the distance from one tree, if you use the map editor, the distance from one tree to another tree is on a flat plane underneath the terrain, always the same. So if you would imagine this plane underneath this terrain, and then just cast these vectors up, and where they hit the terrain, you would have the tree there. That's how Warcraft works. It's because it's a grid-based system where they have a set distance between every tree. Yeah, but the terrain, when it goes up or down, it has a grid underneath, and the trees are bound to the grid. And then you don't expect the trees to have a different distance underneath that grid. However, in a 4D game, in a shooter or anything else, that is very, very bad, actually. Because if you have a very steep hill, like if you would do it like in Warcraft, and you have this distance between two trees. Now if I cast this up and have my tree number 1, number 2, number 3, it looks from the outside it looks okay, but the distance between the trees is quite big. It's way bigger than intended, maybe. If you now would imagine yourself in a 3D game, and you're walking up a hill, and suddenly the distance between the...
Yes, true, I understand.
Yeah. The distance between the trees would change, but that would be good in a 3D game. Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to take the mesh of the terrain and look if I don't know if I can find this, yeah, but I have to look if there's a function that helps me.
That's why when you buy land and look at the amount of acres, you have to consider whether it's all steep land, cause it's just measuring the surface area.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it's just like in SimCity. I don't know how it is in Germany though. Yeah. Okay, it's very useful. Can you maybe scam people like that? You just make a spiked structure and sell it as a lot of acres. It's huge. I just dig up the earth so you can make a huge profit. Okay.
Yes, it happens. I looked at one place that had a huge steep hill.
Yeah. Okay. I can imagine. I don't know. I haven't been at the market for some time to buy something like that. I think it's interesting. Okay. Also very cool that you're looking into that. But I don't want to make any assumption here. Yeah, so here I have to buy, but in this case with the Terrain Rush, I say I will try, but I have to rely on the mesh. to have a function that helps me here.
I have some land now. I'm working on planting fruit trees.
Oh, cool.
And nut trees.
Oh, that's nuts. That's really cool. I'm glad you made it. Even I'm coming from, I would say not lower class, middle class, little bit lower middle class. That's where I'm coming from.
I dug a hole yesterday and hit water at 2 feet, so Chat told me I need to put the trees on a mound if that happens. Land is a lot more expensive in Europe.
Yeah, because we don't have that much. Oh yeah, it's more crowded, I guess. Has its ups and downs. Yeah, the good thing is that that people take more care of the little land. We still have plenty, but the little land we have. I mean, I can also just go out and buy something. But
all the feudal lords' descendants still own a lot, right?
I don't know. The feudal lords in Germany, they are kind of gone. I don't know what happened to them. I think some of them are bankers now, but actually the landlords are mostly people who rose from the middle class somehow. And the feudal people, they have a weird bubble, like where they still live their traditional life, but no one cares anymore. It's kind of what, and most just gave up their feudal lifestyle, so you don't hear anymore anything about them. At least in Germany, nothing at all. No one cares about the feudal people. I've never even heard of one. I cannot name one feudal guy in Germany. I know there's royal families in other countries, but I only know something about the royal family of the king or something. No. Well, also basically stripped down from all their former rights and are more like a tourist attraction than a thing. Something for the gossip, for the people to talk to about. They don't have anything. I don't know. Maybe there's pretty much some feudal lords who have something. I don't know what they are making their money from. Maybe you should look them up, but I have no idea what they do. At least in this area, never heard of any. Even in the politics, when I was a little bit into the politics and talked with some majors, no feudal people at all. It's just we don't want them.
Cheap viewers on Stream.com remove the space Jake's fix. I have a backyard here. I'm gonna set up an office area outside.
Must be good weather then, huh? Getting a little bit hot there.
Yes, it's getting warmer. Maybe next week will be perfect.
Yeah. Also getting warmer here, but right now the weather is very meh. I'd say the German weather overall is, it's not bad, it's not good, it's pretty much in the middle. It's cool though, since we still have, if we're lucky, a little bit snow in the winter. It has become significantly less last year's though. Just odd. But I always, I had a laptop, a very good laptop, a gaming laptop, and I was also thinking of going outside and working somewhere there. But I don't have a backyard or a garden. So when I grew up as a kid, I had my parents. I grew up in a really big house. My parents, they have been a little bit lucky with their purchase, but yeah, then I'm a little bit spoiled in that regard. But when I had the laptop, then I'm now living in a town. I can go to a park. But
do they have coffee shops that people bring their laptops to work?
No. No. Do we have that? So in Germany, it's pretty much dead.
A lot of people work from Starbucks here.
Oh. That's... I never understood why. But why though?
In the cities.
I mean, I would get so distracted. It wouldn't be fun for me. I was also, when I was thinking about working with a laptop in the park, I'm like, yeah, but then I have to also get a keyboard. I hate working on the laptop keyboard. Yeah, I could get used to it, but then the mouse. Okay, I don't have a mouse. The laptop doesn't have much running time. It could power itself on for maybe 3 hours. And I want a second monitor. I can't work like that. And I was like, you always see this picture of this guy in Starbucks, or who's in a park working with this laptop. But if I think about it, I can't do it. Yeah, I was like, hey, that's like a dreamer, somebody who's on vacation somewhere on the island with a laptop, and then you see this big advertisement.
That lasts a long time.
Oh yeah, since they switched to ARM, they last much longer. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I can call it a laptop. Think Apple wants that you only call them Mac. But basically, they are still a laptop, but with a very, very interesting chip that they have. Yeah. So, do you have a M1 or M2, M3? I don't know if the M4 is available yet.
M1 from 2021.
Ah, I heard that the M1 chips are basically the best, because they are the ones that are actually quiet and can run really long. And after that, they increased the power a little more and more, so that they can look better in the comparisons and benchmarks. They're still more cost efficient than everything that is ARM based, and it was Whisk and Kisk. The x86 64 series based systems, yeah. A little bit hard to say that, yeah. So I think Apple is really cool for what they try to do in their operating system, that they make everything really clicky and responsive. I really like that. Yeah, the only upside is, I think it's funny that you can sometimes watch some some specific Apple, Linux, and Windows guys. If you get them into a room and they start arguing about who has the better system or operating system, kind of interesting there. Now I myself have no. I always take myself out of the discussion because I have zero interest in that, but yeah. But it also makes perfectly sense if you're working in web. I've been working with good people and they worked all on Unix-based systems, but I'm not sure if that is a local thing here. They prefer Unix-based systems. Mac is also Unix-based, but they're using some kind of Linux. That's the people that I've been working with were using, and it was perfect. Yeah, just worked fine.
I used to work on Linux but switched to Mac. I like Mac, but if you're doing machine learning stuff it gets annoying with the ARM chip.
Maybe because you have to because it's not compiled for ARM based, I guess. Yeah, it's something that you can say give it some time, then they will come up with something that is better. I'm a little bit confused by the construction set. They can auto-translate them at one time, but the one then the compilation time adds up, and the efficiency of the shift gets reduced significantly, and it's basically very slow. But at first I really had problems understanding why that is slow.
The open source libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch, they have a lot of bugs with ARM.
Oh, I thought PyTorch. I thought they were in TensorFlow. I haven't done a lot of things in AI, and even I installed TensorFlow and PyTorch on my PC on Windows, and they worked. So I thought that they would be some of the first things that would work in ARM, because there's a lot of people working with that. So I'm pretty positive that this will be fixed, but maybe if you go into lesser known frameworks or specific cases, yeah, then you basically are going to run into some bugs. Yeah, but why? Why does it have bugs? I don't understand that really. So That's basically what I know from the news and theory how the ARM-based chip works with the other constructions set. But why does it have specific bugs? Because in Theou you can translate the more complex sequences from x86 to ARM-based chips. So where is the problem then? Except that it's slow.
I mean, especially when trying to use the laptop GPUs.
Okay. So that wouldn't be with the CPU though. But they are GPU cores. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's something that I can imagine more. I don't really get why they do that.
I think the GPU is in the ARM chip or something.
Yeah, I think the PyTorch. I don't know why they do that. I know that because I did image generation. I also have an asset which uses image generation. They are all based on NVIDIA. I don't know why, but their support for AMD, which is the other big GPU player for the non-Mac market. The support for AMD is very bad. They basically say if you are making pictures on AMD, you can maybe test it out a little bit, but it will be so slow that you better don't bother. Yeah, just use an NVIDIA GPU, bro. Yeah, something like that. And I'm like, okay, but as AI and the next big thing now, how big that really is, we will see. But it is big as a service yet, and right now. But there's still a lot of leaps to do. In the Mac GPU, I think then don't they make their own GPU? I think they make their own GPU cores now because they have one big chip, and I think they do themselves right now, and you can't plug in anything in the ARM-based things. I know an idea. Okay, I don't find any more fast food information about that. Just look into the newest one.
Do you ask Chat Unity questions sometimes? I ask Chat everything.
Oh no, I don't have so I have this AI assistant integrated in JetBrains. Yeah, but basically I think that would be better if I would just ask ChatGPT or something, because they actually just scrape the internet and get an answer that is likely. Yeah, I think maybe I should get ChatGPT soon, but yeah, I don't. To answer your question, I don't really use ChatGPT right now. The thing that I had in my head is, because I always think I have to do things by myself and understand them at a very base level, which doesn't really work because the world is too big. But I wanted to install, what's that Chinese thing? I wanted to try to install that Chinese system first. Chinese AI. You can find that. DeepSeek, of course. Yeah, I wanted to try to install DeepSeek locally and look if it is that good that I can get around paying the monthly fee. Now I know the monthly fee is not that high if you just ask the chat. It is very high if you for developer depending on what you do. So there's because they're also targeting developers actively, and I know that some people have 200 euro monthly fees from ChatGPT, but now, yeah. Basically, I could just ChatGPT instead of installing some framework like DeepSeek. I would rather install a European framework, but Europe doesn't know what AI is, I guess. Well, we do know what AI is. I even studied it at the university, but for some reason, which is the European risk-taking state, Europe isn't big in AI. And it's because the Europeans basically don't like taking risk in their system. That's where the Americans are much better. But when I have this AI assistant from JetBrains Rider, or JetBrains AI assistant, it works very well for me, because when it gets to the math, it takes a lot of stuff away where I don't have to sit here with a book and search up the stuff, or to get specific geometrical shapes or something. And it has improved a lot. And at the beginning, when I was using the AI assistant, everything that I would ask it for, it was more like entertainment than coding, because when it doesn't get what you want, or tries to make complicated stuff, it hallucinates a lot of variables or frameworks. And lately I've seen that that improved a lot. Yeah? So there's less trashy code. In this case, also there are some changes to the code where there was a specific change that I think it would be right in 80% of all cases. Now it calls this game object and then calls transform and then the direction in every case. So instead of calling the transform every time, you can just directly give it the transform game object. So then you can shorten the code up. So this is the code from ChatGPT. Not ChatGPT, from the AI assistant. I don't know what they use to write the AI system. Maybe it's ChatGPT, yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, that's why I say we still have to understand basic coding, because sometimes the AI does not optimize. But if I would review that code, I would really have to think about if I even consider that as a problem. Maybe if I already have something where I say, okay, we have to make a change here, then I would say, okay, you can also change that. But if I have a code and everything is fine, and I see that little detail that you can call the transform instead of the game object, because you're just making more calls. Yeah, normally I wouldn't bother. It's not that important. It doesn't even cost something. I think. I don't think it gets compiled down. So it would make a call to the transform, and that call was expensive in former Unity versions. Nowadays it's not expensive anymore, or that expensive. Yeah. Actually, I would have to look it up right now. I don't know how expensive it is currently, but I know that formerly you would try to avoid making calls on any component of an object if you can just get the component and then get the things that you actually do. And repetitive calls would be marked as very expensive in the editor. So I noticed that stopped, and I don't know why though. The compiler either just strips it down. I don't know.
Bach the water guy came to talk to me about finding my well. I can't find it. It's buried someone in the back.
It's buried someone in the back? Wait,
Buried
what?
somewhere.
Okay, that sounds much better. That was a interesting typo. Okay. You can't find your well? Oh dear. How did you lose it? That's interesting. Isn't that on a map or something? So, or you're supposed to have a well, and you can't find it, I guess.
They didn't put it on the survey I got.
Putting it on the survey. Okay. Yeah, but no, it's not similar. I have a problem with my apartment too, where I don't know how many square meters I have. Now I have a number of square meters, that is on a very old paper, but it doesn't say what it is based upon. And I'm like, yeah, I think this is how many square meters I have because it's in this list that but it doesn't say how that was measured, where the number comes from. Yeah. Yeah. So how do you find a well? And how do you lose it?
They have a locator equipment.
Ah. Oh, I know this one. You take 2 sticks and then you close your eyes. And then you can magically point out where the well is.
Yes, foreseen hat. That.
Yeah. My parents have a well, and they actually used that technique. They actually believe that it worked. I'm like, okay, that was completely random. You could have messed up completely. But yeah, they really used 2 sticks. What are you going to use as a technique? I guess it's going to be a little bit more advanced.
Yes, I think they have an electric machine thing like a metal detector. What does virtual mean in C#?
It's for the abstract class. The abstract class, I'm not. I know it's different in other languages, but in C# you have to use virtual so that you can override the method when you inherit from this class. So I'm using this as a base class. And this method, for example, I don't intend really to override this. But in most cases, you would override these classes, yeah? So this is why I made this an abstract class, because in most cases, you're going to reuse this code and override this code. Now, you could argue that you could also mix it with an interface and two. I've done that before, but it gets too tricky. I think working with an interface and an abstract class. So for this method, I would use an abstract class, and for this, an interface. I've done that before, and it kind of got messy because it just wouldn't allow me to inherit specific things, which is sometimes a little bit.
In Java,
Why?
we combine implemented and unimplemented in abstract.
Implemented.
You mark the ones unimplemented as abstract.
Yes. Now I should know exactly how it was in Java, because I was coding in Java for years in university, but actually I don't know this syntax anymore. Yeah.
You just put the method signature in Java public abstract dosomething int x.
Yeah.
With nothing inside it.
Yeah, I think I don't know how it is today, because the Java versions also change a lot.
Then the subclasses have to implement it.
Can you write something in the abstract method body? I think back then it gave an error, a compilation error, that you couldn't put in any code inside the body. Oh, the main reason why I can't make it an interface has to do with the scriptable object thing, though. That's what. If I make this an interface.
Nope, not in Java, but you have separate methods in the abstract class you can fill in, but you don't label those abstract.
Yeah. In the end, it's a little bit up to how do you want to do things, I think. I know that did I do anything in Java after university? I think yes. I've written my bachelor thesis in Java, but I didn't do any inheritance, because I think I just wrote 3 classes that were multi-threading.
Abstract class A public abstract int doit int x public string implemented return hello. Oh, new lines doesn't work.
It's a chat, yeah. Unfortunately, I guess. Okay, I'm not sure if I got the part with the implemented string, the public string implemented.
So the subclass inherit the implemented methods.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure if that was in the version that I learned with.
The abstract methods themselves.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I think I want to try. I'm fixing something else right now. I want to try something with this class later. Maybe it would be nice to not give these 2 classes a body, because I think this class normally would be useful. You would reuse this code. You would always use this code. In 90% of all cases, you will use this code, and in maybe 10% you override it. I would even say it's less than 10%. It's a very edge case. But with these 2 classes, I know that I don't need this body. Yeah, this body is still here. And I have to go back to these classes very soon. What was I working on? Oh yeah, I'm working on the attribute though. some trying to finish that, and after that I will. Let's do it right now. Whatever. Let's just try it out. So if I make this abstract, what will happen? I'm just trying to find out. Okay, they cannot declare a body. Can I just define it like this? Okay, that works. And that's pretty much what I want, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So I have to rewrite a couple of things, but that's pretty much what I want to do. Because I don't see myself overriding this method. Yeah. I want users to be able to override this method if they really need to. But for those two methods, you would normally write them yourselves. Yeah. Because that's where this stuff happens. How you interact with the plane, and when I explained that you can have different kind of algorithms in here, the algorithms that I explained to you, they are very basic. Whereas like in Warcraft or something, that's basic. But when programmers do things, you basically know how fast it gets to a point where things can get crazy quite fast. And they do something very quite unique. I'm going to delete the classes that don't implement the new methods, the new old methods. Yeah, but thank you. I think that's the best case scenario right now. I'm still a little bit annoyed because I can't make a scriptable object an interface, but that, of course I can't do that. Can I? I shouldn't. Yeah, I shouldn't think about it right now, because then no, I need to finish this. I think this is perfect. So for now, I think this is perfectly fine, or perfect for what I need. So I won't make any changes for now, and give this class as an example class. I keep this class around though for just for test purposes. This class is obsolete right now, so I'm just going and plug the algorithm into these classes that are not working anymore. Oh, yoy. Just need something to test when I delete them. Need to get them to work. I could just, yeah, I don't even need to plug in the copy-pasted code. Actually, it would be enough if I just give them antibodies. But that's okay. Do I need to use override? Yeah, I still need to use override. Yeah. But the cool thing with virtual, I think that there must be something in Java like this. Is you can define this method and then override later. But thank you very much. I think I would have come down to this, but who knows? In another reality, pretty much I would have done something. I would at least have tried something, because I still had that in my mind. But who knows? Maybe I would have come up with a crappier idea or something. Yeah, thank you.
BEST Viwares on Streambook.com. Remove the space 77 FM 6T3V.
This okay. So I'm finished for today. The result is quite basic. Visually, but the result speaks for itself. So the thing is that the update function has been improved. Right now, it is not like the objects in the terrain brush react on me changing the direction. Instead, what they rely on is they get the algorithm, go into the algorithm, and update their rotation every frame. So why would that be important when I'm always drawing on a flat plane? You could just save up one rotation and just reuse that, yeah? The thing is, of course, that if you would have a terrain brush, that would fall flat, yeah, because if you have a terrain, a hill, and the user doesn't want his object to always go straight up, and the objects wouldn't be updated every frame, he wouldn't see in the preview how the objects would then point to the outer side, yeah? So if you would want to define your own custom behavior for this, you need to have an update in every frame. So that also means that I don't need to update the preview when you change the drop down, because it has to be right once you point your mouse into the scene. If the update here doesn't work, if it relies on me changing it and calling a function that rotates everything in the brush, the problem with that is that is going to fall apart once you want to have rotation, a custom rotation for every object that you draw in. Yeah? If you want to interact with the terrain and have the terrain and change the rotation somehow, then this is going to be a problem. Yeah. So this is why this is customizable. Yeah. Currently seeing the result right now. Yeah. And it also has some improvement. It is also easier to find bugs when you have one function that is basically the update function, where you have this in the scene and see, okay, that what I see, this is where the bug, if I have a bug, I can see it. Yeah. So you don't rely on changing the change at all. Now let me just look it up if there's any code that reacts to the change. So basically what I was doing was calling the refresh function inside of the brush. And I think I can delete this. Now this mapping, this is when you change the drop down over here. I'm going to keep looking. You should use the project map. Yeah, it's commented out, so yeah, there was no reaction. When I was clicking here, there was nothing changing, and that's better. Yeah, that's much better. So I'm trying to clean up. So also over here there's a refresh function. We will have to look into this again after I make a second algorithm. Now the bad thing is that I kind of messed up with the first idea. So the first idea was to have the mapping algorithm inside of here. Actually, oh no, I swapped out. I removed the wrong refresh function. Okay, that's kind of embarrassing. It was inside of the inspector. It should not go. Mappings. Yeah. Okay. I still need to refresh the inspector, as I saw that this didn't look right. Yeah, now that looks right. Actually, I think this brush does nothing. Yeah, that brush doesn't work. So that wouldn't draw actually. Let's look what happens. Okay, if I click area out of index. So something to debug next time. Okay, fix error when selecting Wash that does not do anything. And that's a very generic description. It could be that I look into this and decide, because of the algorithm, the class is completely empty here. And this doesn't make any sense. It just returns empty results. So probably this is unfixable. But I will look into this next time. Yeah, if I need to fix this. So basically, this would be if the programmer messes this up. So I don't know. I probably need to plug in some dummy data just to see if this. Think about it a little bit. Fix refreshing preview when changing mapping. Yeah, and that has been done. So currently it will always be fresh. Yeah, it's cool. I think it did refresh, but oh yeah. It's hard to see. But you maybe would want to reload all the preview objects. I'm not sure about that though. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Okay, so but you would want to have something to listen to. So I'm going to give it an action that you can listen to. And we have that with the brush changes. And we're going to give it to the mappings as well. We can do that really fast. So I'm a little bit irritated about the thanks. What was I? I'm irritating about the current naming of everything. I don't think that's good. So we wanted to have, if you select a new wash, you want to have an action wash change, and when you select that, want to have action. We're going to invoke it. Yeah, and there's nothing happening with the action, but this is basically just giving it out. Somebody needs that. So also very practical. I just like actions. To listen. If you have actions, and sometimes you search for an action that you want to listen to, because you need to react on something and there's no action, and that's sometimes a little bit annoying. So I'm just going to make these options. But so if somebody wants to have a refresh function for the mapping and the mapping changes, because I don't use it, doesn't mean that other people don't need it. So this is really nice to have in here. So let's fix refreshing preview when changing mapping. Yeah, that's cool. That's done. make mapping change position and offset every frame, not add only at creation. Yeah, that is done. Very cool. Mapping algo inspector offset for plane options. Yeah, that's done. Yeah, now we have the offset that you can set here. It's basically useless. I would never use. There's edge cases where you would use this in 2D, where you set the Z position, but it's not that. It's not that functional. But it's there. Rename asset to customize. No. Fix error when select. No, we haven't done that. Make remove, clean up, map. Okay. Yeah. So for every time that I'm working here right now, I'm fixing two or three things, and then add another task to the list. That's not good. That's feature creep. So I have to stop that. Yeah, and just finish the damn thing. So I think that's it for today. Thank you for listening in and for chatting a little bit. Thank you everybody who has been watching or is watching the later. I'm off. I'm going to catch my cat and yeah, going to try out my Scout Trooper. I think it should be ready to see if the parts are fitting. So I'll be off. John Schnell. Goodbye.